Hello, check 1 2. Yes, I'm crossing. That's the best. Hello, hello, hello. Check 1 2. Checking 1 2 3. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, hey, hey. Check 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. Check 1, 2. Checking 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Check 1, 2. Check 1. Checking 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, hey, hey. Check 1, 2.
we've got you here.
Excellent.
So there's a script and a pad, a pen,
Excellent.
an annual report, standing rules. Did you want a Robert's Rules cheat sheet, or you pretty much got that nailed? Yeah.
I'm good. I'll fake it if I don't.
Fair enough. It'll be Jason that'll be the one looking over to you. So,
For sure.
Anyway.
That's great.
So things are well?
Yeah, how about you?
Yeah, doing good.
Is bargaining is ramping up for you folks?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's like a never ending, right? It feels like, I mean, I'm not, you just watch the bargaining committee from a periphery, right? But it's just like, oh my gosh, the work that goes on.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. And, the current situation is not much better than it was before, depending on what the topic is. Yeah. But it's, a new age.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least now we're arguing about how much catch-up we're doing, not arguing against zeros, right? Like,
that's a very
try to
good
remind
point.
people, because you're like, well, this is no different. It's
Yeah.
do they need to step up a bit more? Yes.
Yes.
But
don't forget,
we're arguing how much more, not
that's right.
if at all.
Exactly.
Right?
No, it's true, right? It's true.
Yeah,
So,
it's a nice day, but yes, they need to push them and they need to be pushed. And
Yeah.
as comedian on your show,
yeah, they're gonna.
we need to push hard to
Yeah.
get the days we deserve and more.
Yeah. No, it's true. So, we're right there. So, anyway. Feel free to get what you need, and if there's anything you just put your hand up, wave me down. Okay. All right. Yeah. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
How's everybody in the office?
They're doing good.
Anna and Elle?
Anna just left.
I don't know. They're plugged into the two program outs. perfect. Okay, I'm not getting anything from you now. Yeah. What do you mean? No. Yeah, the only thing is it's kind of blurry. Oh, that's better. I don't see a menu. Yeah, I had to change a monitor setting, that's all. Too. Because it was on fill. It was also on like stretch here, so. Yes. Yep. Don't worry. Hello. How are you? Check. 1, 2.
just because I'm not going up to the podium, so.
Just probably turn the monitor.
Here, Jason will have the chair. The auditor's going to go up there.
6:29.
The auditor's going to go up there.
Good evening, everyone. The annual meeting of the Manitoba Association of Healthcare Professionals will come to order. Welcome to the 54th Annual General Meeting of MAHCP. The Manitoba Association of Healthcare Professionals and membership are located on the original lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji-Cree, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. We respect the treaties that were made on these territories, we acknowledge the harms of the past that continue in the present, and we dedicate ourselves to move forward in partnership with Indigenous communities in a spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. Before we get into tonight's business, I want to thank my fellow table officers, executive council directors, and all of the staff and management for their incredibly hard work over the past year. I also want to take a few moments to introduce a special guest who is joining us tonight and who has been here in the past. Kevin Rebeck has been active in the labor movement for over 30 years. He was re-elected president of the Manitoba Federation of Labor for a sixth term in 2024. With Kevin as president, the MFL has successfully advocated for a number of progressive changes to Manitoba's laws and policies in solidarity with Manitoba's labor movement and working people throughout the province. These changes include improvements to workplace injury prevention programs, better WCB coverage, and making Manitoba the first province to provide paid leave for victims of domestic violence. Please welcome MFL President Kevin Rebeck.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you all MHCP members for being members of the Manitoba Federation of Labor. I had an opportunity to speak to your workers' advocates this morning, so I'm going to talk about a couple of the same things. You'll hear a repeat, but I'll try and give it a bit of a fresh spin for you as well. How many people here is this their first AGM? Right on. How do we welcome our first-timers? Fantastic. Well, I want to thank all of you for sharing Jason with us. He serves on our MFL Executive Council, and he's a welcome addition to our team and always has lots to contribute. Our federation represents over 130,000 unionized workers in Manitoba and is really Labor's political action arm in our province. We're still very glad about last year's October election results and the results of both recent provincial and federal by-elections that saw NDP victories. While life isn't perfect under an NDP government, it's a hell of a lot better than life under a Conservative government where we spent time in the courts and on the streets just to fight away zeros at the bargaining table or in legislation. So our MFL's been busy in pushing this new government to make life better for working families and to ensure we can keep up with rising costs. We have a government that's reinstated the Workplace Health and Safety Advisory Committee, and we expect significant changes in the Health and Safety Act as the review committee finishes its work this year. I can share in advance that we've already built agreement with employers that will be advocating for enhanced resources and supports to deal with workplace violence, psychological injuries, and things like asbestos training standards, as well as requiring employers to provide feminine hygiene products just like they do soap and toilet paper in Manitoba's workplaces. We've got a government that's restoring one-to-one apprenticeship ratios and eliminating the ban on project labor agreements. And we have a government that's making it easier to join a union so that when a majority of workers want to join a union, they will get one. And for the first time in Manitoba labor history, anti-scab legislation so that workers are on strike, are locked out, employers can't just hire scabs to come do our jobs. And one of the worker advocates asked this morning, well, what about people in other bargaining units or contract workers? And the legislation does address that issue and says that employers will be able to use people to the same extent they were before a strike or lockout began. So they can't do more. They can't add extra shifts and overtime or ask other bargaining unit workers to do your work when you're out on strike or lockout, which is a significant improvement. We also will have a revised essential service agreement. Folks may or may not know that our essential service language was really adopted by Saskatchewan. They took it to the Supreme Court in a challenge to get that thrown out, and it was, and our agreements needed to be changed. Our agreements will be revised and updated. It'll apply across the economy, but we'll have a greater ability at the bargaining table to negotiate what should be in an ESA and have the Labour Board be able to sort that out rather than employers kind of dictating the final results. We're also advocating for a few amendments to these laws, but we're excited to have them come into force and expect that to happen by mid-November. We continue to push government as well. It's not all just things that we're getting and gaining, although there are many. We push on things like minimum wage. And as I told the advocates this morning, you may have seen a media event we did with a cardboard cutout of Brian Pallister saying, I may have left the province, but I still set the minimum wage in Manitoba because we haven't yet replaced the law that he has that caps minimum wage and inflation. And we need to do much better so that when people work full-time, they don't live in poverty. And we continue to advocate successfully for Labour people to serve on agencies, boards, and commissions, like Jason, who is serving on the University of Manitoba board, which ensures someone from a Labour background can help advance worker issues and give a worker perspective. And just as we'll be advocating for other progressive Labour people to serve on regional health boards. We also continue to push my home workplace, which is the Workers' Compensation Board, although I've been on leave for 24 years, so don't throw anything. But the WCB, we've had success making significant policy changes, including dealing with some training for case managers that's coming up on aggressive return to work and new policy addressing concerns with conflicting medical opinions, which is a continued problem at the WCB. So we're excited, and we hope to see many of you also attend our MFL Health and Safety Conference in February, where we've reduced the rate to try and encourage more and greater participation. Our federation is strong because of support like yours, and your fights are our fights. So thanks for being a strong union and active member of the MFL, and I hope you have a great AGM. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Kevin, for your continuing leadership and advocacy for all the rights of Manitoba's workers. So just a few housekeeping issues before we begin. Just a reminder to put phones on mute, please. Kevin suggested I throw a fake phone across the room and smash it, but I'm not going to do that. This year's AGM is a hybrid meeting and attended by MAHCP members from all over Manitoba. For virtual attendees, the chat function is available to you at any time if you experience technical difficulties. Most attendees are directly participating if you're eligible to vote, and we also have some associate members and staff both in the room and watching live stream, which is view only. For in-person attendees, you'll be able to vote on motions and resolutions with your voting card. For virtual attendees, all votes will appear on your screen if you are eligible. If you have a question on a report or if you want to speak to a resolution, please step up to one of the floor microphones or use the raise hand function on mute or on Zoom. The chair will call you to speak when it's your turn. You'll need to indicate your name and work location prior to speaking. From time to time, I will ask a motion or a seconder. Please raise your hand in person or virtual. To move or second, you won't need to speak for that. We appreciate our associate members and other guests who are joining us tonight, but please note only members in good standing will be eligible for door prizes this evening. And in terms of code of conduct, all participants will please remain respectful during tonight's proceedings. Door prizes, which is after the AGM, members must be in attendance in person or online and attend the entire meeting to be eligible. There'll be a 5-minute break and then the prizes will be announced. I would like to call on MAHCP Secretary Leanne Oakley to give the credentials report.
Thank you, Jason. The credentials report for this evening. Tonight in Winnipeg, we have 167 members and 22 associate members in the room. Attending the live Zoom AGM this evening, we have 97 members. We also have 3 associate members registered to attend the live stream. Welcome to everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Is there a motion to adopt the credentials report? Please raise your hand. Lyle Cisak. Is there a seconder? Jenna-Lee Povey. It is moved and seconded that the credentials report be adopted as presented. For those on Zoom, please cast your ballot using the poll on your screen. All those in favor in the room, raise your voting card. And you can lower. Those opposed, please raise your voting card. And the affirmative has it the credentials report is adopted. Our quorum is 55 and we have a quorum, so the meeting will proceed. I'll introduce our parliamentarian who we already met, Kevin Rebeck, President of the MFL. And I may consult him time to time throughout the evening on any procedural questions. We greatly appreciate him being with us and doing double duty as a speaker and parliamentarian. I'll just highlight a few of our standing rules. The rest of they're on your tables in front of you. Number 1, except as specified in these standing rules and in the Constitution, the rules of procedure at this meeting shall be governed by the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order. 7, debate on motions is usually limited to 10 minutes after the question is put by the chair. I will serve as our timekeeper this evening and will indicate when we have 2 minutes left. 8, motions to extend debate should be made before the 10 minutes have expired and are made for 10 minutes. These require a 2/3 vote for adoption. 10, speeches shall be limited to 2 minutes. 11, no member may speak more than once to any individual motion unless no other member indicates a desire to speak. And 12, no one shall enter or leave the meeting while voting is in progress. But if you have to leave, please do if there's something that you just can't come back in. I will serve as tonight's timekeeper, as I said earlier. The next item of business is the adoption of the agenda as circulated, located on page 3 of the annual report. And a motion is needed to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda? And I'll please encourage people online to participate. Sarah McLaughlin, is there a seconder? And Terry Kafka. It is moved and seconded that the agenda be adopted as circulated. For those on Zoom, please cast your ballot using the poll on your screen. All those in favor in the room, raise your voting card. Thank you. Those opposed, please raise your voting card. Thank you. The affirmative has it, the agenda is adopted. The 2023 AGM minutes are included on page 4 of the annual report. Executive Council approved these minutes in a previous meeting. I would like to recognize members of MAHCP's 2023-2024 Executive Council: Tanya Burnside, Wayne Chakin, Leanne Oakley, Kevin Chalice, Lisa Nordick, Susan Garrity, Shona Litke, Karen Roth, Margaret Thomas, Shailene Goretzky, Sheila Parkin, Jasmine Massey, Arlene Boychuk, Jana Lee Povey, Lyle Sasek, Matt Hollingshead. And Matt left the board earlier this year, so I don't think there's a picture of him up there. Everyone, I give you the 2023-2024 Executive Council. So today marks the completion of 2 years serving as president. My time thus far has been very concentrated on having contracts implemented and making organizational changes to better facilitate service to our members. This is the state I am currently in as well. I believe and can say with confidence that both of these things should never fall away as our priority. Much of our membership went 5 and 6 years, and in some cases more, without contracts, and received very little prior to those contracts being implemented. Allied Health fell behind, and that cannot happen again. I want to start by thanking the people who have supported our work as leaders and remained active and engaged through negotiations and difficult organizational changes. I want to thank the outgoing board for their hard work and the guidance I've been given. I want to thank my fellow table officers, Tanya Burnside, Wayne Chakin, and Leanne Oakley, for the ongoing additional work and responsibilities taken on during these past 2 years. The central table has had no meaningful break from negotiations with the market and wage standardization process just completed from last round and multiple other tables running concurrently. I want to thank Keely Richmond, our Executive Director. Keely, what you bring to MAHCP is evident for all of us to see. Your expertise, energy, and vision move Allied Health towards realizing its full potential and being recognized for the integral entity it is. All of our staff at MAHCP, thank you. Keeping the organization going and dealing with the day-to-day duties in an environment of constant negotiations has not been easy. In the past, MAHCP has contended with negotiations every 3 or 4 years, but at least since I've come into this role, it has not stopped. My written report outlines some of the more exact details of the previous year, and so here I would like to talk about the current and future state. We are deep into central table negotiations. We have contracts with non-central table employers ongoing as well. In November last year, Council engaged strategic planning and developed a vision for our future. I want to outline some of the pillars of that plan here so that you as members can monitor and decide whether those goals are being met. And while I realize the plan isn't quite 1 year old, I think there has been significant movement already on some of the main goals. These are in no particular order, so please don't infer importance by the number that I read them in. Number 1, strong public image and recognition. And these are things like earned media, social media, effective branding and marketing. Number 2, financial growth and sustainability. Hiring a staff accountant and financial manager, investment strategy, organizing new members, controlling costs, and rigorous policies and procedures. Number 3, building relationships, credibility, and influence with employer and decision makers. And this means taking a lead on initiatives, build new and existing partners, leverage professional expertise, political action, and forecast needs and issues. Engage and empower underrepresented members. Align members with their specific interests. Gain trust of the union. Increase MA numbers. Education of the union role in the members' work lives. And this is why I say it's in no particular order. Progressive contracts, benefits, and rights. Hear what members want and need. Leverage sectors in this next bargaining. Strategic planning with other unions, and that is something that I have ongoing contact with. Use cross-country contacts in allied health to advance our bargaining position. Lift the profile of MAHCP and influence the public opinion of MAHCP. Enhance the information flow, and these are things like strategy, social media, internal and external, targeted member meetings, town halls, LRO reports, and educational conferences. An engaged and educated membership. MA LRO relations, regular relevant topics communicated through meetings, town halls, and publications. Effective and supported staff. Stronger alliances and partnerships. And so while it's very clear that there's a lot to be done across these areas, MAHCP's board and leadership have already prioritized and implemented certain initiatives that can help us now at the bargaining table and beyond. The recent round of central table negotiations completed last year had an incredible number of moving parts, with some non-central table negotiations happening currently or immediately after as well. Although I had participated in many rounds of negotiations in the past, this was my first experience leading our union and being responsible for outcome. The lessons we learned were both difficult but informative and have gone towards shaping the strategy and approach to the current round of central table negotiations at all of our tables. We are constantly monitoring not just our own negotiations, but also those of all of the other unions in Manitoba and across the country, helping to inform our strategy and tactics. Premier Wabkanu attended our last AGM, and just as a side note, I did watch his speech to us before this AGM to help me sort of formulate some of my opinions and that I write here. He gave us a message of hope. He told us help was on the way. A year later, MAHCP members have not seen that materialize yet. We haven't seen workplace culture meaningfully improve or healthcare system leaders change their approach. In many cases, and in most cases, the same leaders are still there making the same mistakes. What I've seen from this NDP government so far doesn't entirely match what we were told pre-election or since. In some cases, it doesn't even match the current reality in our workplace. It's good that I'm now able to communicate and meet with this new government. I think they recognize the integral role of allied health, and that's encouraging. But we still haven't seen the kind of change that was promised leading up to the election and since. In addition, it's important to point out that almost every gain our members have realized over the past year was based on agreements reached under the previous government after a very long struggle. And I don't think I need to go into why that happened the way it did, but that's where we sit currently. Site visits and listening tours by the Premier and Health Minister are great, and they are important. But if they don't implement real change after listening to the front line, then it's smoke and mirrors. So far, they seem to want to dictate what fixing the system means. And it's difficult to hear rhetoric and good news about healthcare in the media when everything around us indicates otherwise. MAHCP will hold government to their healthcare promises. We will continue to provide guidance and solutions that you, our members, have to offer. We will keep the pressure on them to start a new way forward and address our occupational issues with real intent on solutions. And that time is now, because I believe our current round of central table negotiations is about to get challenging as we enter into monetary discussions. Our members remain far behind where they should be. We saw what our support sector colleagues just went through to get a deal. That deal was only reached a mere hours before 25,000 of them were set to go on strike. That's almost exactly the same fight MAHCP members at Central Table went through last year with a different government. Currently, our members at Aboriginal Health and Wellness Centre have been forced to take strike action after waiting more than 2.5 years for a new contract. Most of them are 50% or more behind their public sector colleagues on wages, and their benefits don't match either. It's unconscionable. Organizations can always do better, and that includes MAHCP. This is not new for me to say this. I want you all to know that when I took this role, it was with very clear objectives: to close a palatable contract after more than 5 years of delays, to hire the best and brightest, and to empower our current complement of staff to be able to utilize the diverse and wide-ranging skill sets that they have. I firmly believe this group of people, our management, our staff, and our future staff, are going to move us towards where allied health needs to be in all aspects. Our members are counting on it, and I will continue working every day to ensure that happens. I fully acknowledge that every employment issue, and certainly every occupational group, wages could not be addressed fully and appropriately in a single collective agreement. But we have and will continue to make good forward progress. That work cannot and should not ever stop. In closing, I want to thank you, our MAHCP members, for remaining engaged, advocating for your respective professions, and supporting your bargaining committee. Retention will remain our primary focus at the bargaining table, followed closely by benefits and recruitment. Both of these things also play a significant role in retention. Government cannot keep their promise to fix healthcare without ensuring funding is there to adequately address these issues at the bargaining table. My ask here today is also something I've asked before. Over this coming year, engage and work with MAHCP to help us most effectively advance allied health and all of your professions. For the work you all show up to do every day, for serving Manitobans, and for the personal sacrifices you all make. I will recognize and respect that by giving you my best. Thank you. So that concludes my President's report, but I also have an announcement to make before I call our next speaker. And we have a slideshow. Today, we are proud to launch a new visual identity for MAHCP that reflects your professional and technical expertise, your innovation, your commitment, the fresh energy you bring to your work, and your patience. Across the province and throughout the healthcare system, allied healthcare across the profession work tirelessly to provide specialized care and services, from therapists to technologists, and throughout hundreds of classifications in between. MAHCP members are focused on supporting Manitobans, and our focus is you. This is not just our members' promise to Manitobans. It's our promise to the professions we serve, the people who make healthcare possible every day. You'll start to see this new visual identity come to life in the following weeks, including a refreshed website and new promotional materials. We hope this new visual identity connects with you, that you see yourself represented, and that you're proud to be a member of MAHCP. I would like to now call our Executive Director, Keely Richmond, to introduce the MAHCP staff and give her Executive Director's report.
I think I prefer virtual meetings because I'm a lot taller on screen. Thank you very much, Jason. Okay, the members of our MAHCP staff that are here, some are here tonight, some are not, but they include Jake Giesbrecht, Blaine Speck, Kevin McFarlane, Janet Beaudry, Tim Smith, Teresa Bowerman, Christine Logan, Cheryl Beal, Angie Bohm, Rebecca Clifton, Dustin Somoza, Garrett Fink, Gail Gagne, Eileen Izette, Chelsea Kaufman, Roger Quinnell, Poonam Randawa, Leanne Roberts, Corey Sapansky, Tanya Weeb, Karen Vavaris, Erin Hill, Candice Keene, Karen Finley, Kathy Langett, Rachel Langett, Jenny Mulligbag, and Marissa Morgan. Everyone, I give you the MAHCP staff. I want to extend my gratitude to our president, table officers, executive council, MAHCP staff, and members. It is an absolute honor to work with this team and support MAHCP's initiatives for our vital membership. As Jason indicated, this past year has brought significant challenges and changes. While we achieved a modest increase through arbitration at our central table, we acknowledge more work needs to be done to complete and address competitive wages and inflation concerns. We're still bargaining with central table. It feels like we haven't stopped. Given the new, I don't know, are they new still, NDP government? There's cautious optimism for improvements. The ongoing staffing crisis continues to create difficult working conditions, but there's hope for positive changes in workplace culture. We hope to hold them accountable for that as well. Within our governance model, Executive Council effectively represents our professional diversity. Their leadership provides thoughtful governance to our organization. At our November 2023 our strategic planning session, as Jason indicated, Council created a master vision to support our strategic development. Strategic plan development. Staff continue addressing key issues for our members, including vacancy rates, safety, accommodations, workload, burnout, and involuntary reassignments. Lots of fun. With our new member engagement, we want to say how much we value member engagement. It strengthens our union. We thank all of you who provide feedback and volunteer as member advocates. Your input connects us with the membership and informs us about specific worksites issues and helps us do a job that's better for you and for everyone in totality. I want to make note of some particular wins this past year. Staff have been able to secure raises for Red Circle Dynacare employees. This was a huge win. We've had 2 successful WCB appeals. I don't know if anyone has ever had to be on WCB, but if it was denied and you needed to appeal that benefit, to get it back is a huge, tremendous, life-changing win. So thank you to our staff who did that. We've implemented employee management advisory committees, and although that doesn't sound very exciting, it is considerably important for ongoing engagement both in the workplace and employees engaging and empowering themselves, but also acknowledging that management needs to be held accountable and working in partnership with them to make our workplaces better. I also want to note we had a number of educating unorganized employees about joining MHCP. So with our great gains at the central table and other bargaining tables, I think it's becoming more well known amongst allied health workers what we bring to the table as a union, and people are asking about us and wanting to inquire more about joining us, and I think that's a huge, huge, proudful moment for us all to be happy about. And that's basically my report, so I want to thank everyone for coming tonight.
Thank you, Keely. I'll now call on Finance Chair Wayne Shacken to present the finance report.
Thank you, Jason. I just want to start by saying that before I introduce the Finance Committee, that the Finance Committee takes our job very seriously. We start each meeting with the knowledge that the decisions we're making, the dollars we're spending, those are all your dues that you contribute to the organization. So everything we do is with a lens of, can we make stronger collective agreements? Is this something that will enhance the organization and provide better service to you? So with that, I want to introduce fellow Finance Committee members, starting with my fellow table officers, President Jason Linkletter, Vice President Tanya Burnside, Secretary Leanne Oakley, Arlene Boychuk, if you could give a wave, Jasmine Mass, and Sheila Parkin isn't with us today. Prior to myself taking over the role of treasurer, I want to acknowledge the tremendous effort and work that Matt Hollings had put into the role. He helped guide MHCP the last few years, and we want to thank him for that. Also taking part in our Finance Committee are our Executive Director, Keely Richmond, our Manager of Special Projects, Tim Smith, Executive Assistant, Teresa Bowerman, Manager of Administration, Janet Beaudry, and special acknowledgement to our Director of Finance, Kevin McFarlane. Kevin was hired on a little over a year ago and has worked tirelessly to help modernize our finances at MHCP. And I do want to tell you, if there's any contract MHCP has with someone who's providing a service to us, Kevin is looking for a way to save us some money and make sure that the dollars go a little further. With that, I want to call on our auditor, Dean Austin of Scarrow and Donald, to come up to the podium and present the audited financial statements.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Wayne. This is the exciting part you've all been waiting for, your financial statements for the year. Maybe not. I'll quickly walk you through them. You'll find after the cover page, the next 2 pages are our independent auditor's report. Following that, you will find a statement of financial position. So there are current assets of $730,000. That consists of cash, accounts receivable, and prepaid expenses. There are restricted investments of $5,117,000 and capital assets of $300,000 for total assets of $6,147,000. On the liabilities and net asset side, there are current liabilities consisting of accounts payable and accrued liabilities of $408,000, accrued pre-retirement obligations of $322,000, for total liabilities of $730,000. Then there are net assets of $5,417,000 that consist of unrestricted invested in capital assets, internally restricted for defense fund, and internally restricted for reserve fund. The next page is the statement of operations. There are total revenues for 2024 of $8,299,000. Total expenses of $6,395,000, resulting in a difference between revenues and expenses of $1,904,000. The next page is the statement of changes in net assets that kind of ties together the last two pages. So we have our opening statement of net asset balances that we saw last year in our statement of financial position, the difference between revenues and expenses from the statement of operations to get to the closing net asset fund balances that we saw on the statement of financial position. The next page is the statement of cash flows. There were cash flows from operating activities of $1,509,000. There was $1,773,000 used for investing purposes, resulting in a net change in cash for the year of $264,000. And we see our opening and closing cash numbers at the bottom of the page. The balance of the financial statements are the notes. Note 1 is the nature and purpose of the organization. It's followed by the significant accounting policy notes, which carry on to page 2. Page 3 provides details on the organization's line of credit. Page 4 has some more information about those internally restricted funds, the defense fund and the reserve fund. Note 5 provides details of the capital assets. Note 6 provides details of the employee future benefit obligations. And then on the last page, there is some information about lease disclosures and risk management. Those are your 2024 financial statements.
Thank you, Dean. The auditor's report is moved by the Finance Committee, so a seconder is not required. It is moved to adopt the auditor's report. Is there any debate? Seeing none. All those on Zoom, please cast your ballot using the poll on your screen. All those in favor in the room, please raise your voting card. Thank you. Those opposed, please raise your voting card. The affirmative has it, and the auditor's report is adopted.
All right, now we'll go over the budget overview that's in the AGM annual report. And if you turn to page 13 in the report, it starts there. For those of you online, I believe a link is being posted in the chat for you to be able to click on and take you to the budget overview. So in the budget overview, we'll start with the income. We've budgeted $6,622,800, which you will note is less than the dues we received in the prior financial year. The prior financial year had an unprecedented amount of retro pay being issued to central table members, and those resulted in increased dues. We've based this dues projection taking 2 years ago's dues and then multiplying them by the 13%, as well as the anticipated increase that we will receive in 2024. You will also note under income that we do not have anything listed for interest income. And the reason being there will be interest income. The defense fund and the reserve fund are invested in GIC term deposits to yield us a higher interest rate than just in a savings account. But at the same time, we have passed a motion that we are not going to use that money to spend on regular operations. We're going to have that income to be reinvested so that the defense and reserve funds can continue to grow. Moving on to expenses, we've budgeted $300,000 for advertising campaigns and $25,000 for promotional items. That includes banners, some of the pens and pads that you saw, and it'll include changes to incorporate our new logo. Under accounting, we have $20,000 budgeted for accounting fees. That's budgeted for the actuarial review that we require of the employee benefits. We have $20,000 for audit fees and a couple $100 for bank service fees. Under donations, we have $30,000 for strategic partnerships. These include belonging to the Manitoba Coalition of Healthcare Unions, MCHCU, the Manitoba Health Coalition, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. That's what comprises the $30,000. Then we also have another $15,000 for donations under general and occupational of 12 and 3. For legal fees, we have for MAHCP membership, $145,000. This would include the grievances and arbitrations we put forward. And then for our staff employees or staff members, we have $7,500. Under meetings, we have $2,500 for an employee engagement committee. For the annual general meeting, we budget $60,000. Member delegate fees, this is for other conventions such as Manitoba Federation of Labor, NUPG, CLC, which we belong to. We budget $10,000. Salary replacement, $349,000. Meals, $50,000. Meeting rooms, $15,000. And mileage, $20,000. For travel, we have $71,900. Airfare, $70,300. Mileage, $46,900. And meals, $10,000. Moving on to page 14, we have our rent and taxes at just shy of $200,000, $199,200. And for information's sake, we have our occupancy at the MHCP office is until the year 2030. It was a fairly long lease that was signed a few years back. Utilities, $9,600. That's hydro, water, waste, garbage removal, and security. Communications, phone and internet, $28,440. Repairs and maintenance, $71,600. Insurance, $19,000. Resource materials, such as subscriptions and license fees, $30,000. Printing, $45,000. And general office supplies, $40,000. Our IT maintenance and repairs, $25,000. Software subscriptions, $81,600. Hardware replacements, $25,000. And audiovisual, $2,000. The biggest chunk of our budget is salaries, just over $4 million, $4,151,920. Our external membership dues are $317,800. That's our membership to the Manitoba Federation of Labor, to the Canadian Labour Congress, and to NUPG, as well as some labor councils. We have $85,000 for grievance investigator, $70,000 for education, tuition fees, and training for staff. The member advocate training and support, $49,000. Our honorarium for table officers, $30,000. Professional development for members, $25,000. Education, tuition, and training for members, $20,000. Scholarships are $15,000. and consulting fees $10,000. Our total income is $6,622,800, and our total expenses are $6,618,760, for a net income of $4,040. That's our budget for the years 2024 and 2025 through to 2025.
Thank you, Wayne. The financial report is moved by Finance Committee, so a seconder is not required. It is moved that the financial report be adopted. Is there any debate? Seeing none. For those on Zoom, please cast your ballot using the poll on your screen. All those in favor in the room, please raise your voting card. Thank you. All those opposed? And the affirmative has it the financial report is adopted. Thank you, Wayne and Finance Committee. And Wayne is going to give a bargaining report.
All right. Get to hear me for a few minutes more. So I'm presenting the bargaining report as I've been the Central Table Bargaining Chair for the last couple years. I want to start by just acknowledging everyone who is currently on a bargaining table or has been on a bargaining table in the last couple years. And I'd actually like you to stand up because I think that your fellow members need to know that these are individuals who care about their union, care about their members, and who are trying to make workplaces a better place. So if you've been on a bargaining committee in the last couple years, please stand up. Thank you very much. So, just want to say we haven't planned questions at the end of this report, but if you do have questions about bargaining after AGM, come find myself or someone else from one of the bargaining committees and feel free to ask. Okay. So, while most of our members belong to the Central Table Collective Agreements, the Northern Regional Health Authority, Shared Health, or the Winnipeg Churchill Employers Organization, we also have 9 other collective agreements that we bargain for. And those are Aboriginal Health and Wellness Centre, the Brandon Clinic, Community Therapy Services, Dynacare, Jocelyn House, Manitoba Clinic, Manitoba Possible, Winnipeg Clinic, and Canadian Blood Services. So during the past year, CTS, Manitoba Possible, and Manitoba Clinic have ratified collective agreements. We also have CTS and Manitoba Clinic, even though they just ratified, they're going to be going back into bargaining next year. Brandon Clinic and Canadian Blood Services are currently in negotiations, and Aboriginal Health and Wellness has served strike notice with a strike deadline of 8 a.m. next Wednesday, October 23rd. We are still hopeful that a strike can be avoided, but if no deal is reached by Wednesday, the members of Aboriginal Health will be walking. And here's where we need to remind the employer that being part of a union, what being part of a union truly means. It means we support each other during the tough times, like during a strike. So next Wednesday, if any of you who aren't Aboriginal Health and Wellness members aren't working, I encourage you to go down and support them on the picket line. Walk for an hour or two, show the employer what it means to not give a fair deal to any of our members. So. want to talk a little bit about Central Table. As Jason and Keely have said, it has been really nonstop bargaining for the last few years. We ratified last year. We proceeded on to move to an arbitration, which we achieved an extra 1%. We had committees coming out, and then we were getting ready for this round of bargaining. Getting proposals sent in, to which I want to thank all the Central Table members. We had over 600 proposals submitted last January, which we have brought forward to the table. For the last 8 months, we've been going through the market adjustment and wage standardization process. It's been a very challenging, tiring process. We will be finalizing the pay scales soon, and we will be sending an email to all the members letting them know when that 60 days starts so that they know when they can anticipate retro. Want to let you know that for this round of bargaining, we have received over 400 wage-related proposals, and we will be entering the monetary phase of bargaining soon. Now, if you've been paying attention to many of our fellow unions, MNU, CUPE, MGU, you've probably seen some of the gains they've achieved at the table, and you've also seen some of the items that they may have had taken away. You've also seen that they've had to really push in order to achieve these gains. And we need to be ready to push the employer, the government, hard in order to achieve collective agreements that we all deserve. And I want to remind you that our greatest power doesn't come once we're on strike. It really is the days leading up to the strike. Last round, we were able to translate the threat of a strike into an additional 3% wage increase for the majority of the members at our Central Table. Everyone except EMS, perfusion, and midwives, because they had a different item coming. And we are going to need to push again this round. So we may be asking for a strong strike vote from you, and we may end up going out on strike. So I want all of you to remember you need to be ready to fight for what you deserve. Only by working together will we achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. I will call on Member Engagement Committee Chair Leanne Oakley to present the Member Engagement Report.
There's a little stool back here, so thank you for that. That's just so everyone can see me. Hello, greetings. I'm going to read to you some of the highlights of this past year that we have accomplished with the Membership Engagement Committee. Just prior to doing that, I would like to thank the members of the MEC Committee. The members of the committee are Kevin Chalice, who is not able to join us this evening, Lisa Nordick, I'm going to give a little wave, Karen Roth, well, hello, there you are, and Shona Litke. Thank you. A union is people, and the Member Engagement Committee's purpose is to build unity among the MAHCP's membership by overseeing and designing benefits and initiatives for you. Through educational opportunities, strategies to inspire union involvement, our goal is to connect with the membership while increasing MAHCP's value and visibility. Some of the highlights from this past year include, with our recent joining of NUPCI, which is the National Union of Public and General Employees Union, it's our national head, this has brought a wealth of information and resources with it, and MAHCP has joined a number of their committees. And specifically, we have joined the BIPOC, the Black, Indigenous, and People of Color Committee. MAHCP representatives attended 2 NUPCI BIPOC meetings and a conference in November 2023 and September 2024. This committee meets twice a year, and we will be a part of the work that they are doing. From this work, MAHCP approved the formation of an anti-racism committee. To begin this, we have started with a steering committee, which is really just a way of saying that we've identified some individuals who are putting in the work to build structure in education and identify the parameters of this new anti-racism committee. This work is important, and we want to make sure that we do it right. The first step is education. We are excited to do the work and to see how it will positively influence all areas of MAHCP. This year, the Membership Engagement Committee assumed oversight of the Member Advocate, or the MA program. And we have been charged with reinvigorating and strengthening the program for the member advocates. Through access to new resources and new educational opportunities, we're working to strengthen the program and ensure member advocates feel confident supporting our members at the front lines. Our committee manages 3 MAHCP scholarship programs, and this year we reevaluated and streamlined the process. We took an incredibly labor-intensive work and made it slightly easier to evaluate and therefore manage. And while it might not sound glamorous or significant, it really was to our group. So, in May, more than 20 MAHCP members joined the Honorable Uzuma Asagwara, the Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care, in a session at the legislature for the formal proclamation of Allied Health Professionals Week. It was an important moment. All of the parties took the opportunity to thank us for the work that we do as Allied Health. There was good coverage of the event. And a big win, we finally succeeded in convincing the employer to recognize Allied Health Professionals Week in line with the provincial proclamation. Because until then, they were just doing their own thing. And of course, we participated in Pride by joining the Pride Parade in June. Thank you to the membership engagement for your commitment this year. I am very grateful for your dedication, creativity, and drive. And I look forward to working and doing the work that we are going to be doing in the upcoming year. Thank you.
Thanks, Leanne. I will now call on Lyle Ciesick to present the nominations report.
Thank you, Jason. Good evening. My name is Lyle Ciesick, and I am the 2024 nominations chairperson. I, along with many others, oversaw the nomination acclamation election process this year, and I want to thank very much the staff who helped assist me with this task and the executive committee members who have done it before and helped me handle this most important democratic process. I will now name each Executive Council member and ask each of you to stand and remain standing as a group until the last name is called, please. And so I'm going to start with directors beginning a 2-year term, 2024 to 2026. President Jason Linklater. District 3 Prairie Mountain Health North, Leanne Oakley. District 6 Interlake Eastern, Shona Lipke. District 9 Winnipeg Notre Dame, Sandra Perot. District 10 Winnipeg West, Shailene Goretzky. District 15 Winnipeg Central 3, Janalee Povey. I'll now indicate the directors that have 1 year remaining on their term, 2023 to 2025. Vice President Tanya Burnside, District 2 Northern West Lisa Nordic, District 4 Prairie Mountain Health South Wayne Shaken, District 8 Winnipeg North Karen Roth, District 11 Winnipeg Southeast Jody Allen, District 13 Winnipeg Central 1 Jasmine Mass, District 14 Winnipeg 2 Arlene Boychuk, and myself, last to be called, Lyle Sasic, District 16, Central 4. District 5. And District 5, Susan Garrity. Thank you. Here is your MAHCP executive for the next year. Please have a seat. I just have a couple more things. Districts that are currently vacant, District 1, Northern East, District 7, Winnipeg Northeast, and District 12, Winnipeg South are vacant at this time. 65 member advocates started in 2024, bringing the total number of member advocates with MAHCP to 107. And this concludes my report.
And I am going to call on Leanne again to do the membership and scholarship reports, please.
So we actually have a couple of slides that have all the scholarship information. There we go. Let's start with that. So the membership report, as found and as on screen, we have 6,876 central table members and 580 local table members, bringing a total of 7,456 members with MAHCP. And we also have the scholarships. So our committee, the Member Engagement Committee, has the great distinction of doing the work and going through 3 different sets of scholarships that we award. The first set of scholarships was the MAHCP scholarships for $500. It is open to the children of MAHCP members in good standing, entering their first year of full-time post-secondary education, university or college, in any field. And our recipients this year are Aiden Spalding, Ava Thompson, Claudia Soroka, Dawson Wong, Edward Fabricante, Tyler Fernando, Luke Perrette, Matthew Ramos, Oluwalaba Ojo, Sean Pearson, Samuel Ross, and Kenzie Williams. Next slide, please. The next group of scholarships that we have are the Monique Wally scholarships, and these are open to all residents of Manitoba entering their first year of education in allied health. And the winners this year are Yu-Chan Lee, Emma Palmer, and Dawson Wong. We also have a third group of scholarships. The last one is the continuing education scholarships, and those are worth $1,500. They are open to MAHCP members in good standing who wish to enhance or upgrade their education by taking advanced courses, certifications, or a program. I just want to prefacate this by saying we had over 61 scholarships that we had to sort through and read and grade to determine. It was really hard to have 5 winners. We had a lot of really good applications. And the winners this year, the recipients this year are Tracy First, Ramdeep Kaur, Whitney Ladegro, Rance Lilly, and Crystal Zamarkut. Oh, and last but not least, I wanted to make a plug for the Professional Development Fund. MHCP has a professional development fund that you can apply to any time of the year. Based on your application, they will grant up to $250 per person per application to go towards specifically continuing education. So these are all the Con Ed things that we have to do for our licenses or for work. There is a fund, and for the year to date, we have distributed $11,372.88, and that was 54 awards granted. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Leland. I now call on Governance Committee Chair Tanya Burnside to take us through the resolutions.
Thank you, Jason. And good evening to everyone who has joined us here tonight. It feels a little weird not to have my fellow committee members up here with me tonight, and I'm not going to go to the podium because the stool is still not tall enough. The Governance Committee had a busy and productive term, and I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to each of you for the outstanding work you've accomplished. Your commitment, collaboration have made a significant impact on our progress this term. Our work centers around reviewing and refining our governance policies, procedures, and constitution to ensure transparency, accountability within our organization. For those interested in our work, a detailed report can be found on page 20 of our AGM booklet. I would like to now acknowledge my fellow committee members, and I'm not going to make you wave, as I'd like you to stand when I call out your name. Susie Garrity, Shailene Goretzky, Janalee Povey, Lyle Sasic, Margaret Thomas. Your work this term has been impeccable, outstanding, and without it, I would not be up here tonight presenting our work to membership. So thank you. Also, on behalf of the committee, I would like to extend our thanks to our parliamentarian, Kevin Reback, for reviewing the resolutions being presented here tonight and for being available to answer any questions we may have during the term. It is very much appreciated. With that, we'll get into resolutions, which is why I know we're all here tonight.
Prior to opening the floor for debate, I will call on the chair of the committee to read the resolutions. Please note that each of the following resolutions has been moved by committee and does not require a seconder as per Robert's rules. You can view the resolutions in the annual report or use the QR code to view them electronically. Tanya, please read resolution number 1.
Resolution number 1, Article 505.3. Retired, laid off, or permanently disabled people who were previously members and are no longer employed in a bargaining unit of the association who pay a nominal annual sum established by the Executive Council. Associate members receive the official publications of the association and are entitled to participate in the programs offered by the association. Our ask here tonight is to delete the words, and it's those who pay a nominal fee as established by the Executive Council. The rationale for this is Executive Council wishes to waive this fee for associate members going forward.
It is moved that resolution number 1, as just read, be adopted on the floor, and it is now open for debate. For those in the room, if you would like to speak to the resolutions, please proceed to the labeled microphone number 1 or number 2. You'll be acknowledged to speak. If you are online, please either raise your hand or use the raise hand function to indicate that you would like to speak to the resolutions. All speakers will have 2 minutes to speak. Please be sure to include your name, worksite, and whether you rise in support or against the resolution. Is there any debate on resolution number 1? If there's no further debate, the resolution requires a 2/3 vote. For those on Zoom, please cast your ballot using the poll on your screen. All those in favor in the room, please raise your voting card. Thank you. Those opposed? Thank you. There's a 2/3 in the affirmative, and the resolution is adopted. Tanya, please read resolution number 2.
Resolution number 2, which also can be found on page 22 of your AGM booklet. It comes from Article 1006. We are asking for quorum to be changed. So 55 of the voting members of the association shall constitute a quorum at any annual general meeting or general meeting of the association. We are asking that number to be amended to 75. Rationale: quorum has not changed to reflect the growth in our membership over the many years. Also, on average, we went back 5 years, and our average at quorum is around 175. So we feel we're not in jeopardy of holding a meeting and not having enough to go forward with the meeting by increasing it to 75.
It is moved that resolution number 2, as just read, be adopted, and the floor is now open for debate. Seeing none, all those in favor in the room, please raise your voting card. For those on Zoom, please cast your ballot using the poll on your screen. Thank you. All those opposed? There's a 2/3 affirmative, and the resolution is adopted. Tanya, please read resolution number 3.
Resolution number 3 can be found on page 23 of the AGM booklet. This was submitted by a member who we thank for submitting this. It is Article 1405. They are asking for the additional to be inserted. The chairperson of any non-central bargaining committee may be selected from within that bargaining committee, or upon request from that committee, be the president of the association or designate from executive council. Their rationale: Dynacare has their senior management and executives as their representatives during contract bargaining process, bargaining against MHCP members. In our Constitution, the president or their appointee from executive council chairs the central table. We would like to have local or non-central table bargaining committees to have MHCP leadership present if the bargaining committee requests it. By having the choice to request representation also gives local tables the autonomy as had been given to local tables before. This would allow bargaining committees within MHCP to have the same representation throughout the tables. I would also like to acknowledge the mover to this resolution is here tonight, and if she would like to speak to this, may she approach a mic.
Can you hear me? Good evening. My name is Sandra Perot from Dynacare. I proposed this proposal due to the rationale that the other bargaining units have the opportunity to have the president and or his or her appointee speak and represent them at the bargaining table. I strongly feel this would promote solidarity within MAHCP bargaining units, and I am for this motion.
Thank you. It is moved resolution 3, as just read, be adopted, and the floor is open for debate. Seeing none, the resolution requires a 2/3 vote. For those on Zoom, please cast your ballot using the poll on your screen. All those in favor in the room, please raise. Thank you. All those opposed? And there's a 2/3 affirmative. The resolution is adopted. Tanya, please read resolution number 4.
Resolution number 4 can be found on page 24 of your AGM booklet. We are requesting the change of our committee's name from the Governance Committee to the Constitution and Policy Committee. So the following articles are impacted by that: 606C, E, 801A, and B. And this name, the rationale for this, the name change provides a clearer description of the committee's roles and responsibilities.
It is moved resolution 4, as just read, be adopted, and the floor is open for debate. Seeing none. For those on Zoom, please cast your ballot using the poll on your screen. All those in favor in the room, please raise your card. Thank you. All those opposed? And there's 2/3 affirmative, so the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Tanya, and members of the Governance Committee. I would like to invite Executive Director Keely Richmond to present the staff awards.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that it's now the Constitution and Policy Committee. Right at the end, he's missing it. It's okay. Thanks, everyone. He didn't catch my joke there. It's late minute change to our agenda here. Thank you, everyone, again. I have a huge privilege and honor again to recognize and acknowledge the following staff for their years of service at MAHCP. We have Gil Gagne with 5 years. Sorry, I should ask, can I have the staff who I've announced please stand up for everyone in the room to see? Gil Gagne, 5 years. I don't believe he's here this evening. Dustin Somoza, 5 years. Karen Finley, 5 years. Tim Smith, in the back, 5 years. Corey Sapansky, 5 years. Last but not least, I have Cheryl Beal with 10 years of fabulous service. Thank you so much. I'm such a great servant, and thank you for all your work, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Keely. I'd also like to thank Kevin Rebeck for serving as our parliamentarian. Thank you, Kevin. I would like to acknowledge Kevin Chalice, Sheila Parkin, and Margaret Thomas, who all served on Executive Council this year. On behalf of MAHCP Executive Council and all members, I want to thank them for their dedicated service to our organization. This year, MAHCP is honoring 2 recipients for the honor roll, Whitney Purville and Shelley Kowalchuk. I would like to invite Leanne Oakley to speak to the contributions of Whitney Purville.
I'd like to start by saying neither one of these recipients were aware before now. So, congratulations. Surprise! Every year, we try to recognize the hard work and valuable contributions made by individuals on behalf of the association, and we do this through the honor roll. This year, we have two people who have been identified to have been chosen and receive this distinction. I am here tonight to speak about Windy. One of the things that is apparent about Whitney is that he is a man of vision. He can see the big picture and the details at the same time, and is always looking to the future with an optimistic eye. Whitney embodies the spirit of fairness and justice in his conduct. He has a great ability to make all his coworkers feel valued and supported. He is that person who will go the extra mile to ensure that the people around him are treated with respect and dignity at all times. In a time that this was so needed in our healthcare community, this did not go unnoticed. Whitney represented the Black community in the MHCP newsletter during Black History Month, and his coworkers were very proud of him. Whitney has supported all members, his coworkers at the St. Boniface Hospital throughout the year, especially during the course of the picket. I even heard stories of how he was not scared to lead the troops and make some noise during these pickets. I was advised that he held his head up high and pumped his fist to get people engaged as they walked under the employer's window. Whitney, we appreciated the work that you have done, and I appreciate the work that you have put into the NUPGE, the National Union of Public and Government Employees, BIPOC, Black Indigenous People of Color Conference in Ottawa with me this past year, and your interest in helping us moving forward to set up our own anti-racism initiatives. Whitney, you have made a significant contribution in the way people see our union. You have built bridges and advocated for fairness in the workplace, and you have done this in a very consistent manner. You have a good understanding of how to make our union visible in the big moments. And you have the ability to take little opportunities and then turn them into something very beneficial for everyone. On behalf of MHCP and your coworkers, thank you.
Could Whitney come to the front to be recognized, please?
And I did just want to say that, Whitney, your nominators were Kinsley and David. You can thank them.
And you have to stay for the picture.
Okay.
At this time, I would like to invite Lyle Sasek to speak to the contributions of Shelley Kowalczyk.
Thank you, Jason. Shelley Kowalczyk is here in the audience this evening with us, and so is Lisa Nordic, who nominated her. I seconded the nomination, and it's an honor for me to stand here before you tonight as we celebrate the outstanding contributions of Shelley Kowalczyk, whose commitment to MAHCP and the labor movement sees her name added to the MAHCP honor roll this evening. I have a few things to say about Shelley's work over the years with MAHCP, and I'll go through them and just give everyone a sense of what she has done and how she has helped this organization grow. Shelley has served as secretary for the Executive Council across 3 terms, where her organizational skills and leadership have been invaluable. She's also chaired the communication and member engagement committees, ensuring that our members stayed informed and connected. Her passion for action was seen during 3 years as chair of the Social Action Committee, where she organized key events for MAHCP, such as the Canadian Diabetes Run. Shelley has always been at the forefront of keeping our members engaged, particularly during bargaining years. Through the Bargaining Beats newsletter, letter writing campaigns to MLAs, sending postcards to the Minister of Health, she made sure that our voices were heard loud and clear. Shelley's editorial work on our union newsletter won accolades, including an award from the Canadian Association of Labour Media. She co-chaired the management committee and even stepped in as a co-treasurer, thereby exemplifying her versatility and dedication to MAHCP. Shelley has also been a strike captain, demonstrated at the legislature, represented MAHCP on the Manitoba Federation of Labour Women's Committee, and sat on her worksite's Workplace Health and Safety Committee, protecting us all at HSE. As a staff representative at the Rehabilitation Hospital for 20 years, she has been a trusted advocate for physiotherapy staff, offering guidance and support to her colleagues throughout those years, including myself. Beyond her union work, Shelley has volunteered tirelessly at her church, and recently in retirement has involved herself in political advocacy more, continuing her legacy of service. Shelley Kowalczyk, your dedication and service have left an incredible mark on this organization, and we are deeply grateful. Thank you for all your efforts, and thank you for allowing me to know you since the last century, the 1990s.
Shelley, please come to the front.
Shelley. Very good. That's okay. I'm going to give her her feedback.
As we approach adjournment for the evening, I'd like to remind you all of the door prizes, if you've been present throughout tonight's meeting. There will be a 5-minute break after we adjourn before we head into prizes. Don't be late. If you aren't present when your name is called, then we will move on to the next winner. And we will resume I don't even know what time it is. At 5 after. Please stay on Zoom if you're in the room. And I would now like to declare the 54th Annual MAHCP AGM adjourned.
But they might work for reading a speech.
For the website? Like the show Keely when I texted. I texted basically, your reaction into
You look in the room to see if they're here.
Yep.
You look over here to see if their hand's raised and if the name matches.
Okay.
Leanne, please return to the podium.
Greetings. We've come to the end of the night that everybody has waited for, the prize portion. So what we have this evening is we have 23 $100 gift cards. We are going to start. Jason, could you pass me the little pile of gift cards that are over by my... As I read your name, I'm going to ask you to come up to the podium. I'm going to hand you the gift card. Actually, we're going to ask you to come here and see Karen. Give everyone a little wave. Karen and Teresa are actually going to be handing out stuff.
I'm not sure what you needed. I brought it all. Pad of paper?
No, it's a little deck of cards is what it looks like. Yeah. Thank you. All right. So sorry, let me finish. Once we hand out these $100 gift cards, what we're going to hand to you tonight is a piece of paper. What we have is all your information, and you are going to electronically get it presented to you via email within the next few days, next few work days. Did I mention the cards are mostly for Amazon? After we go through the cards, we do have some physical prizes, and they are also at the table. So, I hand off the cards, and then I'm going to start reading. I do want to say that people online are also in this draw. And if you are online, I'm going to simply ask you to raise your hand online, and you're going to populate to the top of my screen, and I'm going to recognize that you are still online, and you will receive that prize. If it is electronic monies, it will be sent to you via email. If not, if it's a physical prize, we will arrange for shipping or mailing as appropriate. All right, the first winner tonight is Leanne Monton. And that would be for a $100 Amazon gift card. Please spend it wisely. Our next winner is Chantel Jersak. Jersak, Jersak. She's online. Oh, we have, fantastic. I saw your hand up there. Chantel, we have your email. We will send that to you. Yes, please. Oh, Teresa's got it. The next winner for a $100 gift card is Janelle Sylvester. Is Janelle in person? No, Janelle is online. I see you, Janelle. Our next winner is Karina Nichuk. Karina? Oh, there we go, online as well. Hello. These online people are winning up. That's fantastic. Karina Nichuk. Our next winner is Catherine Barja. Yay, someone in person. Come on up. Come on up. Our next gift card winner is Jasmine Beckrick. You have to tell me how close I was. Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's very kind. Okay. Our next winner of our $100 gift card is Shailene Goretsky. Our next winner is Lori Johnson. Do we have a Lori Johnson in the room or on? Oh, Lori's online. Hello, Lori. Our next winner is Madison Peters. And that's someone in-house. Come on down. That's Madison Peters. Our next winner is Renee Hadler. Renee Hadler? And Renee is online. Fantastic. You guys are quick online. Okay, we're not even quite halfway through the cards. The next winner of a $100 gift card has Kamini John. Kamini John? Yay! Come on up. Our next winner is Crystal Cuthbertson Black. And Crystal is online. Fantastic. This is the fun part of being with MEC. Crystal Cuthbertson Black. She's online. Our next winner is Tanis Hares, or Tanis Hars. Yay! Fantastic. Come on down. Next, we have Colleen Pelso. Come on down. Do we have Colleen in the room? Yes. Oh, she's coming around. And our next winner is Amina Kizar. Amina? And Amina's online. Perfect. Yep. I believe that was card 15. Can I? I think I know the snag. We also identified some MasterCard prepaid cards, just in case someone couldn't use Amazon. We're not differentiating at this point, so if for some reason you can't use Amazon, let us know. Maybe we'll talk with one of the people that got MasterCards. I think there's 6 of them, if I remember correctly. May I continue? Please forgive me. I knew we had more cards. While you get caught up, I'm going to call the next person. Lindsay Drubiak. Lindsay? And Lindsay's online. Fantastic. Lindsay Drubiak. Our next winner is Carla Chornby. Carla Chornby? And Carla is online. Who says it doesn't pay to attend virtually? Our 18th card, I know there's 23, is Olwantia Olatoy? Olwanta? Oh, yes, online as well. Fantastic, thank you. That should be card 18. Card number 19, Christine Rolski. Yay! All right, card number 20, Sylvie Trout. Yay! Card 21. I apologize. I'm going to try my best. Funminyi Olatoy? Ah! And that individual is online. Thank you. I promise next year we'll print 2 of these lists. Okay, and that was card number 21. Card number 22, our last gift card, I believe. Let me double check. I thought there's... Nope, there's 23, I'm right. Our next card is Antonio Dos. Yay! Okay. Now, we have one last gift card, and then after that, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prizes. So for our last $100 gift card, it is Christopher Lawson. Christopher Lawson. Am I correct, Tim? Is there only like 3? Oh, that's just the people with their hands up? Ah, there we go. Christopher Lawson. Fantastic. Okay, and that is it for the gift cards. Yep. right. Right. Now I've lost the page. All right, for our first first physical prize this evening, the prize is a Fire HD8 tablet, and that was donated, I believe, by Bridgeport. And the winner of that is Roberta Bartolo. Roberta Bartolo. And Roberta, I think I saw her hand flip up there a second ago. She's online? Perfect. We will arrange to have that sent to you. So, Roberta. And the next prize is a ACS 2680 Premium HD Video Drone. And that was donated by Mulway and Ellison. And the winner of that is Timothy Allen. Okay. Our next prize is a one-night stay at the Victoria Inn, Winnipeg. And that is going to Brody Sigurdsson. The next prize is 2 gift certificates to the Keg with a value of $150. And the winner of that is Tiffany DuPont. Tiffany's here. And last but not least, we have a one-night stay at the Holiday Inn Winnipeg Airport West with a retail value of $185, and that is going to Clayton Carrier. Clayton. That's it. I'm just going to say this concludes the evening. And I can invite them to stay where? Is there anything here? Okay. This concludes the award portion of the evening. There is a little bit of a soiree in the next area here. Yep. For where? Where? Here? At the Fort Garry. So we have an additional prize. So
Don't do any more prizes if there's one that they found.
No?
Did they find one?
Yeah, apparently.
Just
Okay.
leave it for next year.
He said people